There we go. Couldn't see it there. Looks like we are now live. Yes, indeed. Looks like we are now live. So welcome in, guys. I had a little bit of a thing there. It wasn't showing up on my studio, but now it is. Couldn't see it there. Looks like we are now live. Okay, still kind of getting set up here. See if my location is... I am definitely not in Wisconsin. So we will keep working on it, see if it'll correct itself here in a minute. So before I get rolling here, here's kind of the situation. I don't know if you can make anything out of that. So that's make sure this is the most current. So this is satellite. There's the border of Nebraska, South Dakota, Nebraska. We're sitting here. So things are just a little up in the air, but we're sitting right here in the middle of the 5% for tornado. So let's just look at couple things here. By the way, just to get started here, welcome in. I'm John McKinney, storm chaser out of Nebraska, and I'm currently sitting in Yankton, South Dakota, looking to possibly chase this area. I'm not exactly sure if this is the best place to be, but we're giving it a shot. I'm actually going to go more north here in just a second, get on the road and get a little more north and see if we can get something to fire here. So that's what's going on. We're on the north side of Yankton, so I want to let's look at the radar. Maybe there's something. So you can see on radar, there's basically nothing anywhere. I was thinking about going out here to a couple areas. This area out here is definitely one target, and this is a target over here. So we're sitting in this one right here. We're sitting here. We're sitting right there. So, but I don't know if anything's going to fire. So I just went ahead and decided to go live. So you guys had something to do, and we'll just roll with it. If something happens, we will go after it. And if it doesn't happen, we'll just continue to have a happy Friday. So hope everybody's doing great. Hope your Friday is going well. And we'll see what kind of storm action either happens or does not happen. So let's go ahead and roll a little bit here and get some motion. maybe if we get to driving the car around a little bit, it'll stir up some air and get a storm to fire here or something. So there's a nice blue sky right there peeking through. So temperature right now 79 degrees on the vehicle. $79, and feels pretty humid out there. So the dew spreads right now, I imagine, are pretty favorable for low bases. SPC believes there is a good chance of something happening over here. Kind of chose this target today based on not necessarily the better parameters for tornado parameters. I would say that would be a couple hundred miles to my west, but it looked like, based on the models, that there would be more of a guarantee of a storm firing over here. So there's a little blip up by Watertown, but just forgot what I was going to say. But one of the things I was noticing, though, I was looking at the models earlier, on the NAM model, the 850 millibar winds are a little more favorable, a little bit higher. So the low-level jet is forecast on that model to be stronger, a little bit stronger, up to 30 knots on the eastern side, as opposed to about 10 knots over on out to the west. So that low-level jet is forecast to crank up, which will feed some of these clouds into those storms. And if the storms fire, it looks like we're going to have some tornado potential, but definitely a damaging wind threat. So we'll just see what happens. Let's get her going here. Alright, let's make sure our focus is not all wacky. Storm Chase is on. If you haven't done it already, please go ahead and hit that like button. Subscribe for future content. And my son Freddie, he might be chasing as well. I know he's out on the western side. So probably get the tornado if there is one, but we'll see what we have over here. So that little blip up by Watertown right now is starting to act like maybe a storm is about to fire up by Watertown. So let's go ahead. At least something's happening. So this is up by Watertown, South Dakota. Got a little blip going on up there, and that's right up there where Alex Riesel lives. So Alex, he'll probably pop out and get a tornado today or something. So kudos to Alex. And see, I got Mr. Michael Brown in here Let's see, almost, oh gosh. Michael Brown, low-level jet is favorable for sure. Just gotta get some meso action and rotation. Happy Friday, John. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that super positive attitude and comment. So, get some W's for Mr. Michael. He's getting us up and rolling with some positivity. So you can see there's an MD, but it's way out west. MD out there for, MD stands for meso, it's short for Mesoscale discussion. The Mesoscale discussion going on out there. That's actually been up for a little while out there, so I usually just one like that, I just click on it and I want to see what the potential for a watch is. It's for the panhandle. It says a watch unlikely for severe. 20% chance of a watch. Doesn't mean they won't have one, but just lets us know they're checking things out. There's also an MD down in Kansas, and I was noticing that the models were showing something down there, and actually at the moment there is a severe storm in Wichita. So let me check that storm out for you, and there just happens to be a radar right on top of the storm. Nice little storm, supercell firing down there at Wichita. It's already severe warned. Look at the boundary that's near that storm. That's that green line coming off to the left of the storm. So that storm's on a boundary, so it could do something kind of nutty down there. So let's just go ahead and just pop over to our velocities and see if there's anything crazy with that. It's very close to the radar, so sometimes it's a little bit hard to just really figure it out, but it looks right now doesn't look tornadic yet. And then they got some other storms also up by Salina that are in progress. Up there and near Watertown. Yeah, it's just north of Watertown. Just north and a little bit west of Watertown. Little storm firing up there, so by the way, a number of people have been kind of wondering, stay back off of this truck a little bit. He's starting to throw some rocks or something. So I figured out what was wrong with my vehicle. You know, I've been complaining about the rear end of it just kind of kicking me a little bit to the right and just like shaking the whole car, and over bumps and just feeling very unstable. Well, I got under there yesterday, got it up and got under there and looked it over really closely and determined that my passenger side, and this is the side that it would want to pull me to, but the shock absorber is definitely blown. I could see where the fluid had leaked out on it, and it was even dry, and so I'm very, very certain that, you know, and that was different than the driver's side one. So I called one of the local mechanics that both Freddie and I use from time to time, and he said bring it in Monday and he'll get on it. So he's going to replace both rear shock absorbers on the vehicle. I mean, the whole, you know, struts and, you know, the whole assembly. He's just going to replace it all. So I'm going to get the vehicle fixed up on the rear. Not going to do anything with the front right now. I don't think the front's really all bad, but shock absorber fun. Oh, I appreciate that. Appreciate that. You know, I was down at our place in Lincoln, Pacific Auto. By the way, I'm gonna give you a little info, little commercial here for Pacific Auto in Lincoln. That's actually where I got this vehicle. And a number of storm chasers now have bought their vehicles at Pacific Auto, including Freddie. Freddie got his vehicle at Pacific Auto in Lincoln. You can get vehicles for less down there. I was down there and I was thinking about just buying a new vehicle, you know, but because this one's got 223,000 on it, I thought, well, maybe it's. But then I just decided I'm going to fix up the rear end on this one again, because fix this one up and then run it for a little while, because, you know, storm chasers, when you get a vehicle, you know, if you're really chasing hard, you know, you pretty much ruin that vehicle. I mean, I've seen people buying new ones and 2 months later the thing looks destroyed, you know. So I don't buy new for storm chasing. I don't buy new anyway, but usually. But I get one pre-hail damaged and broken in, so it's ready to go. Welcome to Storm Champion Joseph Boyd. Welcome to the team. You are now a storm champion. Hopefully it's going to mean a lot more than it has so far, but we're working on it. So, actually Freddie and I last night rode down to Pacific Auto together with Melanie and looked at a vehicle. So, we were talking about our members, how we're not doing a very good job of taking care of you guys, so help us to do better. Let's see, Cindy Davidson, thank you, appreciate that super chat. W's to Cindy and Joseph, are the new member. Gotta write a text real quick. Let's see. Write a text. 3:15. Okay. Yep, we got a storm up there now at Watertown. Not sure I'm going to try to go after that storm because it's too far up and I don't really think that's going to be the show, but I'll let you see the storm. There is a storm that's fired at Watertown. As you can see, we're the blue circle. We're way down here in southern South Dakota. This storm is up here. Nice looking storm. It's up there by Watertown. So let's see. Oh my, we got a new we got let's see. Just a second, I'm on a curve. I'll read the. So Peter, I thank you very much for that. For that super chat. Oh man, I almost have to. Let's see. And I think I got my wife texting me now. She says another one. He said it's for new shocks, Snickers, and coffee. So okay. So I haven't seen that one. Somebody sent. Maybe it was the text afterwards. Yes, Happy Freddy is my son. Never underestimate the value of good shock absorbers. Yeah. Well, you know, I've done a lot of driving and a lot of different types of things, so I kind of stay in tune with how things feel. And I could definitely feel something wrong, and I almost could pinpoint it that it was on the rear end and it was on the passenger side. And sure enough, back there, the shock absorber was blown. So wife and I really enjoy the channel. Here's for Melanie Grocery Fund. Oh my land. So guys, you are to nice flat circle. Melody for melody. Super nice. So, by the way, so I waited 15 minutes to start the stream because Melanie was getting off work and I wanted to give her a call. That was in part why I went ahead and waited. That's just super nice, guys. Flat circle. That'll help also keep me out of the doghouse, so I appreciate that. Out of the doghouse fun there. Very much appreciated. My legs are going a lot faster than I thought that I need to, so let's just slow this down. That's a nice little storm up there. I just don't know what's going to happen here. So we got a storm firing up there. Hold the camera back far enough so you can see how far away I am. But that's really out of the 5% area. It's pretty far out of the forecasted area for the better parameters. So right now we're not going to get too overly bent out of shape for missing that at the moment. Though it is a nice looking little storm. So let's pull over here at, what is this place? Meridian Corner. Pull over here for a second. Meridian Corner, and I guess it's a steakhouse. People were waving at me. That was nice. Okay. Let's just pull over and do a little investigating of okay, first let's take a look at the satellite. Gosh, the temperatures are cold here. 76 degrees. I don't know. Let's refresh this. First of all, looking at satellite, so here's that storm up there punching through the cloud cover up there by Watertown. Satellite is a storm chaser's friend because it gives you an overall view of what's actually happening. Question is, do we need to be out here in western Nebraska or maybe up here? which I could start going that way, but it would take a while to get there. So next up, we're going to look at radar. Not much radar representation out there. Here's our radars. This always worries me out here. This is a boundary. Once again, here's Thedford. Mullen. Wouldn't surprise me if Freddie's just right out here on this boundary. Be an excellent place to be. So at the moment, no storms firing. Something out in Wyoming. Little storm going on. Turn the AC back on. And then that storm up there is not going crazy, but that's Watertown. You can see Watertown there. I don't know if something will get going on these here. See if this boundary would make its way. So nothing on radar. So let's try. Haven't looked at the models for a little while, so let's see. Let's see what's new on the triple R, we always call it, which stands, it's H triple R, and it's high resolution rapid refresh. This is on College of DuPage. And you click on this area, covers Nebraska and the area that we're interested in. There's a slider tool up here that you can use. So now we're going to see and it's showing a storm firing over here. We're about here in close proximity to that, but then it shows this one firing out there now. So maybe we ought to just head west. Shows those. This one tracking down like that. Let's see. It's just out of curiosity's sake. Let's see how far away we go over there if we really got on the gas. I'm going to say that's... Okay, let's go back to our model. I'm going to say So let's go to, if we go up from about Cozad North, maybe Johnstown? Maybe Johnstown. Let's see how far away we are. We are 3 hours away, so probably, let's see, yeah, 9 o'clock, probably not going to happen. So let's hope that our eastern stuff over here will take off and do something. That one's looking weaker. Still going. Let's just go single radar. So now, this is what we do. Just, we go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth until we're about crazy. Nice people here. They're all waving, but they're wondering why I'm parking. See, they're all parking like that, and well, I was here before them, and they're parking. Maybe I'll pull up so I'm not the odd man out. Okay. So, is there anything else we can look at to give us some hope? This model won't come out for a while but this is what it was showing earlier. It was showing this deal over here. And then getting bigger and bigger and just going down. That's the storm I'm interested in tonight, if that happens. So I think what we need to do is keep our eyes peeled on satellite. So let's go back over to satellite and still says it's 76 here, so why don't we go with some, it's probably what we need to have been doing a long time ago. So also on this is on College of DuPage, on our satellite, then if you click this, sorry, it's all blurry, that'll focus in. If you click this button here, it's product overlays. It brings up some overlays. And here we go. Station plots. That's what I was looking for. So now we can come up here. So at least down here close to the border, we got 80 over 73. So it's 80 degrees. and it's over 73, a 73 degree dew point. Up here we got 73 over 70. Here it's 75 over 75, 72, and so forth. And then out here, western Nebraska, you got 86 over 70. I can see 85 over 69, just below that one. If we expand this out to sub-regional, now we can see more things, so we can look at what's going on out here in western Nebraska. 85 over 69, 86 over 70, 82 over 72. So you want your spreads to be closer together. You know, like this one's 82 over 72. That's better. But more ideal is, at least in my opinion, is, you know, like 75 over 72. That's pretty good. 79 over 70. The higher dew points is that moisture you need for the tornado, and then the spreads are closer, and that brings the bases down closer to the ground, usually. So things aren't as high based. Eva's in here. Let's see. Yes. Eva's in here. Skystar, welcome in. Julie, WX Midwest, Jan, Carrie, Sprinkles, Rachel, JC, Amanda, Sydney, Carrie, Tornadic Rebel. The Sioux Falls radar shows a rotating meso on the Watertown cell. Let's get over there and look at that. Sioux Falls. Yeah, it's a nice so what he's talking about is this right here. So he's talking about this radar down here, and that radar looking at this cell up by Watertown is showing some rotation, he says. Is showing a little bit of rotation. It does have a nice curvature to it, and let's see how far away we are. So with this radar, we can also actually measure as the crow flies, so to speak, how far away we are. So if I put my finger there and extend it out, we're about 100, approximately, factoring in turns, and so 115 miles away from that cell up there. I'm going to step out of the car a second here. My neck's getting a little sore, just looking sideways, and I'll let you guys step out too. Here we are. You can see that this is the meridian. This is the meridian corner. Steaks. Should I go in and have a steak while I'm waiting? Look at the cars. The line of cars there. There's a few back there. Some here. These folks have come in to get a steak. It's Friday night, so it's their steak night. Gives you a little bit of a location marker there. Yankton's 27 miles to our south. It's Yankton, South Dakota. And we're at the corner, the Meridian corner, so. And we got some clouds up here. Just trying to think, should I roll a certain direction? The only thing that's fired so far is that Watertown storm. It's about 100 miles to the north, but I don't think it's the best play. But I am a little bit concerned about the temperature here being 76 degrees. It's kind of hard to believe, the middle of July, and it's 76 degrees, so we could go west after something. So let's go back to our surface ops and let's look at station plots. Let's click station plots. Okay. So up, that's not all the way up there, but it's pretty far up there. So 75 over 75. But down here on the Nebraska border, it's 80 over 73. We're somewhere in the middle here. 8270. So this is out there near that boundary. Just looking to see if there's anything going up out there on that cumulus. This area just doesn't look good at the moment. Let's put you back up here for a second. There's no MD or anything. Oh, there is an MD. Gosh, just as soon as I said it, an MD pops up. That's kind of the way it goes. So this is a mesoscale discussion. So we're going to click on it. We're going to see if it's going to tell us anything. It says a severe potential watch possible. Probability of a watch, 60%. Initial supercells will be capable widely scattered to scattered. Storm development is not clear, but should occur within the next few hours. Eventual upscale growth will lead to a greater wind threat with time. A watch is possible as convective trends warrant. Discussion. Cloud cover has remained across eastern South Dakota this afternoon. This has hindered surface heating, and several models are not handling this very well. Several CAM solutions from earlier today depicted storms would already be ongoing. Recent H3R and RRFS runs suggest a more seasonable later start, with a storm now having developed in northeast South Dakota. A gradual increase in storm coverage is probable over the next few hours. The 18Z OAX sounding showed a capping layer near 800 millibar, and that would be the winds just under the 700, which likely extends northward to some extent. A subtle increase in mid-level ascent and a modest low-level jet this evening are the likely forcing mechanisms to help erode the modest capping. Given effective shear 40 to 50 knots and ML cape of 1,500 to 2,000 joules per kilogram, initial supercells will be capable of large hail and severe wind gusts. The increase in 850 millibar flow this evening will enlarge low-level photographs, but the overall tornado threat is less clear given the less than ideal low-level thermodynamic profiles. Convection is then expected to grow upscale by mid-late evening. Severe wind gusts would be the primary hazard after this occurs. Most probable peak tornado intensity 85 to 115 mile per hour. Most probable peak wind gust 55 to 70, and most probable hail 1.5 to 2.5 inch. Okay, so that's 60% chance they're going to throw a severe thunderstorm watch for this area. And part of the issue here that's kind of reining in on our Friday night party is this cloud cover. I'm on the wrong. Let's see, did I have another one? Let's try, not that one. This one? No. Let's do this. Let's get rid of this one. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Go ahead and get rid of that. That cover it. Anyway, there's our cloud cover, and the problem with the cloud cover is that, you know, it's only 76 degrees here, and it's just not creating much destabilization. It's not heating up and causing the air to be unstable, and that's the problem. It's stable. Tornadic, once again, these are surface-based, but I wouldn't expect them to go tornadic. So immediately they are going off vorticity, if anything. Yes. So we'll go back to radar and see. Well, there's a little bit. A little bit more happening. There's another little storm, at least with the track and some things going on over here. This one up here is looking actually kind of nice at Watertown. It's got some lightning. So let me look at the surface ops up to the north again. This area's just got a blanket cloud cover. .613. Well, maybe we'll roll north a little bit, and since there are a few things firing, we can always come back down. So I guess SPC, which stands for Storm Prediction Center, their thought is we have to be patient. We kind of have to wait for the low-level jet, which would be somewhat like the 850 or excuse me, 850 millibar winds. Get going and to help push things along. So it looks like we have about 900 people in here, so appreciate everyone jumping in tonight. We're chasing storms if they fire. They have been forecasted to fire in this area. Please give the stream a like anyway, and subscribe for future content. So, you know, I was verge of breaking 400.
Jet is forecast to break up, which will
do that. So let's go ahead and turn the volume down on this thing. So he has a member stream scheduled for Freddie has a member stream scheduled for 6:45. Let's see here. So Freddie has 399,000 subscribers. So he's on the verge of breaking 400K. That'll be pretty cool. Raise. Sorry about that. Almost missed that. Thank you for that super chat. Good luck with chasing today. I appreciate that. And I'll try to get back. I think a few more things came in. Peter for Sky Star's chocolate bar fund. Okay. Thank you, Peter. I'm sure Sky Star is greatly appreciative of that. So that's really cool. And let me go back. I think I might have missed something else too. No, I think we're good. By the way, I appreciate the mod squad in here. Some of them are in here now. Sky Star, Diane, I think Court the Brave was in here earlier, and a couple others, and then some of you regulars are virtually moderators, but appreciate those fantastic comments and all the great things going on. So yeah, Freddie's about to hit 400K, so it's pretty crazy. Crazy thing going on there. He's got a couple sneaky things coming up here, so stay tuned. And can't really say anything, but got some pretty cool stuff on the horizon. Into a town. Freeman. Coming to the town of Freeman. Let's see if there's anything on radar. Here, not bad. A little cluster of storms up by Watertown. So there's this new little thing on here called Top Fan, and I have no idea what it is. I know not every channel has it. It's sort of an experimental thing, I think. I don't even know what it is. So some people's channel has it and some don't, but I think they're doing some testing. And they're trying to test it out on my channel, I guess. So probably should take a little time to investigate it. Top fan number 2, Lisa. There you go. You're rocking. Storms don't look too bad up there, so I'm just going to keep rolling up, just kind of get in the neighborhood. .5 degrees here. See some sunbeams peeking through out to my west. You can see the sun rays. John, thank you for the PayPal. Appreciate that. Let's see. Thanks, John. John Collins there for the $5 PayPal. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's much appreciated. So, right or wrong, I'm just going to kind of keep rolling toward storms. lakes up here and a whole lot of waterfowl. There's some ducks out there right now, out there on that lake. Road's really nice and smooth. Okay, Silver Lake says. Yeah, it does look like my location on the starting to work, or has been working. Okay, thanks for keeping an eye on that storm by Watertown. Chloe's in here. Eva, Rachel, WX Midwest. You like ducks and pheasants, Debbie? Oh yeah, the ones in South North Dakota that I saw, yeah. The ringnecks, roosters. I try to point them out, but when you get close, then they either fly or they run into the tall grass. CJ's in here. GR3 is in. Thanks, Debbie. So GR3, so there's a GR3 and a GR2, and that both Freddie and I really like that software. It's radar software. So it stands for Gibson Ridge. And there's a Gibson Ridge Level 2 and there's a Gibson Ridge Level 3. And that used to be that's the radar that Freddie grew up on. And like a lot of guys, young weather guys, he would sit on the computer for hours and look at storms and try to predict what they were going to do and predict which ones were going to get tornado warned, and he got pretty good at reading radar from a very early age, and that certainly helped him out once he was able to get out and do a lot of storm chasing. But Gibson Ridge. Now, I don't think they make it anymore, but they still provide it. Not sure what's going on, but it is something you can get on your computer. We just happen to still have a subscription to it because we bought it at one point. Storm's not looking too bad, and we got some other storms that are firing perhaps a little closer, so if need be, this is what we might do. You see that cluster of storms there? There's several of them firing now. One's got a special statement on it. And I'm continuing to roll north at the moment. So what we might do is that these over here start to go and this all comes together and becomes something really powerful, I might just cut east and try to get in front of it. That might be the play. So for now, I'm just rolling north, getting closer. Sioux Falls is that way. I think what we'll do is go roll north. About 800 people in here watching. Where are we at tonight? Where does the location find you watching from? And I'll try to pick out a few. Debbie? Who has the birthday? Debbie? Somebody has a birthday. Happy birthday. Everybody's got birthday. Des Moines, Iowa, UK, Romania, Egypt, upstate South Carolina, Georgia, Utah, Bellevue, Nebraska, southeast Louisiana, North Alabama, Montrose, Iowa. Happy birthday at Mara Gooder, Seattle. OKC, Oklahoma City, Michigan, Germany, Georgia. Hi, David. Omaha, Massachusetts. Fremont, Nebraska for Diane. Ireland, which I'm a McKinney, so I have ancestors. Allison from, and you're a McDade. I am a McKinney. Canada, my Vernon, Ohio. Jackson, Tennessee. Sweden. Yankton, South Dakota for South Dakota Catholic. Happy birthday, Debbie. We got somebody watching from Northwest Indiana, Fargo, Ontario, North Korea, Scotland. Let's see. Oregon, MT, Colorado, New Jersey, Sioux Falls, West Virginia, where I lived for 11 years of my life, Highland, Illinois, West Allis, Wisconsin, Ohio River, Parkersburg, West Virginia. Been there several times. Little Rock, Arkansas, Indianapolis, San Antonio, Texas, Greenbrier County, of course, for Debbie. Greenbrier County, West Virginia. To Germany. By the way, Melanie McKinney was born in Germany. East Central Indiana, Rachel. We got Scotland, Central Minnesota, Fargo. Let's see, hold on, almost deleted somebody. We got Illinois, Australia, Missouri, Pennsylvania, Gaza, Wichita, South Dakota, Minnesota, Seattle, Central Ohio, Iowa, lots of McKinneys and McDades in the county of Donegal. Wow, that's cool. Have not been to Ireland. I need to make a trip over to Ireland at some point. My mother was a Folkerts, so that's German. McKinney, of course, Irish. Then, yeah, lots of people. Wow, lots of people in here. Making the connections. So, Northern Indiana, Dodge, Nebraska, Phoenix, Arizona. We got Sioux City, Iowa, Rapid City, South Dakota, Pennsylvania for Paula. Pennsylvania Paula. Then we've got others. Good deal. UK and many more, so appreciate you guys for pointing those things out, and glad we got multiple weather enthusiasts around the world. So we're continuing our quest, finding a storm. Actually, we got a couple of clouds that actually look like clouds out here. Look at that. We got some low hanging fruit. This guy's gonna get his mail here, so we got some clouds there that see, they're just kind of floating along, but they got low bases on them, and that's that dew point situation going on here. That storm at Watertown has been barely moving, but it's been getting bigger. See, 181 north. I wonder if we should. Oh, that's 90. I wonder if we should hop. Should we punch west? East, I mean. Should we punch east and then go north? 90 would, no, 90 kind of drops south a little bit. Let's just keep going north. clouds out there that look rather interesting. Kind of getting kind of solid over there. Let's see, what are we on the right radar for this area? I'm just going to investigate things a little bit because I don't want to drive away from something. These storms up here are I do see a little blip before I get to see how far away I am from that. 100 miles. Clue you in on just seeing a little storm there in Nebraska. Look at this. Right there, just north of the border. That would be about, I'm guessing about 81, 70 something. Is that showing up on radar? And it is right there. How far away is that? 71 miles. But it might be easier than catching those are going off to the east. And they don't look all that great at the moment. Still looking for something in this area. Now there's, I don't know if that's anything down there, but I don't know, maybe we need to stay down south. So we can just sit right here for a moment because we're right at Interstate 90 where we can go. There's an 80 mile an hour speed limit on Interstate 90, so we can go either direction, and then we're on Highway 81 that goes north-south. I'm not going to full send it up north yet. I just don't think that's looking to be it. Might even turn around and roll back the other direction a little bit. See if that might be where things are going to happen. Seismic Mike. Is in here. Welcome in. Yes, refunds are available. Looks like my bank rejected my super chat as fraud. I will shoot you a PayPal. Don't worry about that, Lisa. Very good episode. I saw you and Freddie on TV the other night in Eye of the Storm. Yes, sir. That was the Rolling Fork, Mississippi tornado. And Freddie and I witnessed that firsthand. We were actually north of Rolling Fork and drove back through Rolling Fork to the south. Weren't sure exactly where the track would be, but we saw once we were south of it, it was headed directly for Rolling Fork. At a high rate of speed, that tornado was moving really fast, and it was nighttime. Very dangerous situation. Well, there's a whole story about that, and a very sad one, but you know, things are looking just slightly sandy. Thank you for that super chat and nice comment. Freddie's calm like you. He's a great chaser. Yeah, so I think we learned a lot of things together. And Lisa, thank you. Lisa Peterson, thank you for the $20 Venmo and help for the shocks. That's really, really nice of you. Appreciate that. And also thank you that you are so positive and encouraging, and you're a great person to have in the chat. So W's to Lisa. Appreciate that very much. On Monday, I'm taking the vehicle in to get the shocks. I don't know if I actually blew that shock when I went to the ditch up in North Carolina. I was on that side, but I think they're just worn out from a lot of rough roads, a lot of gravel, a lot of just cross country. Peter, grab the missus something nice before you go home. Peter, that's really nice. I will. So she's got some grocery money, and we'll try to get her something nice. Bless you, sir. Blessings on you and Lisa. W's to these folks. So Peter, are you in, are you over in England? Or over that way? I know we got a lot of UK people in here. Sandy. We all Storm Champions. Yep. You guys are. So I'm just sitting here along the highway at the moment, wondering, because this might look silly, but kind of watching these down here just above the Nebraska border. Seems like along this line down here, let's go ahead and do it like this, but it seems like there's some stuff. There's little blips along there. So, I mean, that stuff there is going to head into the middle of Minnesota. It might end up being something, but then this might down here too. So let's go back to our handy dandy trusty satellite imagery. See if we can get any clues. Gray's clues. Kind of like Blue's Clues. Let's see. See this down here? So what I like about down here is a little bit of a clearing too, where temperature's up a little bit. Maybe something's going to fire along there. I'm just about ready to, I'm sitting up here in this glob. I don't think anything's going to happen here, but I'm just kind of hedging my bets. But I like down here maybe. That might be something along this line. Might just head down there because, see what Peter say. Blue's Clues. Blips can grow. Rachel says blips can grow into big storms within right conditions. Right on. Yeah, thanks for all those likes. Let's see, what did Peter say? Did he give us any clues as to blessings to your family? Let's see. Aberdeen, weak rotation on the Clear Lake storm. Yep. Problem with that storm is it's nice. It's about 83 miles away. Maybe these down here are still... Ainsworth is starting to look a little... That's radar. Let's look at... I think I'm going to head down there closer to the Nebraska border. Just things look more interesting. Is there something going up in western Nebraska? That boundary. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is pretty stable right here. Head down towards the just before I leave. So environment as far as Cape and vorticity. What if I just got on Interstate 90 and went west and then dropped down into, let's say I wanted to go to let's say I wanted to go to Yankton. If I wanted to go to Atkinson, what would be the fastest route? Let's just start heading down that way. I knew this was going to be somewhat like this, so we got time. Just out of crazy, craziosity. I'm trying to make up a word here. It's like curiosity, but craziosity. Craziosity. Crazyosity. That's a word. I just made it up. Crazyosity. Awesome. I can't even say it. But just for that, you know, I'm going to just kind of work my way over that way. And just watch things along the way and see if anything actually happens tonight, because those storms up there in the north were forecast to happen, but they weren't really not really supposed to be the show. And so let's go. Go try something different. Yes, because the storm out by Ainsworth is beginning to go. So let's put in Bassett. Let's put in Bassett. Sorry. Let's put in Bassett. Bassett, Nebraska. What does it say? Oh, it's just 3 hours away. It's not that bad. Okay. We'll take a... clicking it in. Now, let's keep an eye on the radar. Might actually go down to down by Mayfield and work over to Pickstown. Maybe just go to O'Neill. In O'Neill, there's another Irish name for you. And we'll see what that does. Yeah, that's a little better. Plus, we'll get to go over a really pretty dam over the Missouri River. Let's lock it in and maybe we'll encounter some storms along the way. That's over there by Atkinson, I think, or Alliance or something. Anyway, that's, you can see the cumulus coming up a little bit. PayPal from Tammy. Tammy, thank you for the $50 PayPal. Appreciate that. Let's see what she says. She says, "Hi John, thanks for what you do. Keep folks safe. You are a good and kind man. Appreciate it. Really good. Another good Canadian Irish." Super. Thank you. Thank you very much to Tammy for the $50 PayPal. W Tammy. Super generous, man. Thank you. We're trying to keep it going. That's really nice and helpful. I think we might be on to something, maybe. The storms we left up there, they've been going a long time, and they have a couple of them have special weather statements on them, but they just are really struggling to get going. And I wouldn't think there would even be that good of structure on them, so just wasn't feeling it there. There's a little blip right there, so down here closer to the Nebraska border seems to be, maybe that'll give us some hope. A couple little storms acting like they want to fire down there, so still 76 here, so it's just not really, just the cloud cover. See, there's some clouds in here like this thing here, you know, but it just struggling because of the cap. Just not, the cap does not want to let go in this area. Smoother line over those tracks, so blip's looking just a little bit better down to our south. We'll see if they do something. Looking at these down here, and those are actually it's a little bit of a clearing down there. That might be a pocket where something can punch through the cab. Looking at the one by Springfield. That Springfield storm does it, and I'll just stay on this all the way down to Yankton, maybe. But our one out by Ainsworth is gradually getting to look a little better. Then there's a storm firing on the boundary, of course. Nebraska. Now this storm down in Nebraska is something that can get me concerned because it's firing on that boundary. Although and we all know a storm that fires on the boundary do some pretty weird stuff, so cloud cover. Anything to this over here? We're making the right, at least the right choice, I think, heading in the direction that we're heading. So now let me pull up the model real quick and see if there's anything new. H-R coming in. And it shows at least it shows some stuff firing down here on the Nebraska border. Yes. Eventually, we are heading for this. Now the Triple R is showing these storms right here. And that's only about maybe 50 miles away or so. That's where we're, the direction we're heading right now. And those are the little blips down there that could turn into that. So let's see what becomes of this. Which eventually, the next scan looks like that right there. So let's just head down there. That's down by Yankton. right on the Missouri River. Let's just head on down.
Turn right on South Dakota West.
So let me recheck my...
Turn right onto South Dakota West.
Just pull off here a second, make sure I'm routed exactly where I want to go, so we don't kill any more time. Let's see. I think we're just gonna go. Peter. Man, Peter. Grab Freddie some cheese on the way home. That's a good one, Freddie. Peter, I mean. I'm gonna disobey Google Maps here and I'm gonna go straight here.
Continue on
Grab him
South
some
Dakota
cheese, okay.
West for 29.
Well,
South on USA
I might
South.
eat
Continue
some
on
of it
USA
before I
South
give it
for
to him,
66 miles.
but okay, I will try to get him some cheese and that was really cool. So I just showed you some models there. So instead, we're going after, we're breathing some life. We got some blip action, and we're in the vicinity of it. I want to show you what it is. And there's an MD out there, so for that area, but just it's these blips down here, and we're right there. We're coming down on them. We're gonna get right down there and investigate this. It's just west of Yankton, and now they've got a big MD out for a potential watch for all of that area in central Nebraska. There's likely a boundary that extends along, and I think our storms would be close enough to it. Let's go ahead and click on the MD. They never threw a watch on our one up to the north, so this one says also 60% chance of a watch. Now look, we can at least see an opening up ahead. There's a little opening in this cloud cover, and we see some cumulus there that look like kind of going up. So that's, all else fails, drive toward the cloud. So we've got a little group of cells going up for us as well over here. So coming through this town. Might be onto something. I'm gonna stop at this Casey's Stop this Casey's for a second. And there's our daylight. Some daylight at the end of the tunnel. Be right back. Sorry about that. Decided to grab a piece of pizza, but the line was a little bit long, so. Joseph Boyd sent five gifted memberships. Thank you for that, Joseph. W. Joseph. Get some W's for Joseph there. Big thank you. All you new members, welcome to Storm Champion. Yeah, there's a storm over there at Ainsworth, so let's get down here at least to Yankton and see Joseph Boyd with the 5 gifted. It's awesome. If I go to Yankton, no good way. If I cut over here, how far away am I? About 100 miles from that. Looking at satellite one more time. Where'd it go? Trying to decide, and then we got 10 gifted from RAF Woodbridge Ghost. Sent 10 gifted memberships. Wow, that's really cool. Thank you there. Thank you there, RAF. WRAF for those gifted memberships. I am very torn between 2 different things, but let's for now just head south for now and maybe cut over towards the Ainsworth storm.
Head south toward US 81 South. Turn right onto US 81 South.
Will do.
Head south on US 81 South. Continue on US 81 South for 7 miles.
I guess Freddie McKinney just went live on his YouTube, and he is very close to hitting 400,000 subscribers. He's at 399, so I think probably tonight it's a very, very possible chance that he'll hit that 400K. pizza. Well, it's all right. It's all right. Feeder. Get something for the fur babies. Oh yeah. Okay. Well,
Turn right onto US 18
thank you.
West, 286.
I'm a little partial to the I'm gonna go this way just because
Continue on US 18 West.
I think the
47
scenery will be
miles.
cooler if we go over. We can always come back under these storms if they fire off to our south. I'm a little partial to the dog. We have a puppy named Nola. But thank you very much for that. And we now have a puppy named Nola, and we've had 2 stray kittens come to the house, and now we've got 2 cats. Start plugging some stuff in here. Got a lot of things that are low battery at the moment. Let's see, got that. Plug that in. So there's a couple of our blips over here. We're just driving by them at the moment. We're going to head towards the Atkins storm. But we'll be dropping south, that we can come back on those if they, which later on I think might actually be the ones. But we've got a route to get back to them. So what we're going to do is try to time all this. Get a little bit of everything. The storm did get tornado warned over in Minnesota. It's pretty far over there. Right now we're focused on I'm focused on this Ainsworth storm. It has a special weather statement. It's out here in Nebraska, so we're going to head towards that as it's heading this way. And then we'll be in play for these back here when they go, or if they go sooner, then I'll just, so I'm going to come down in between, then we'll just get on those. So right now it's just driving around in no man's land for a while, but at least we're out of that cloud cover and doing something. constructive. Storm looks really good over there. Where is it? Ainsworth. And they severe warned the Ainsworth storm. There's a couple out in front of it that are gonna maybe feed into it. Okay, so I got something. Yep. Let me just write a quick text to mute this for a second and okay, right back here. So you can see we got some things going up over here, so we're very close to these right now, but especially that one right there. So if those go up, we'll just immediately drop south onto them, and that'll be our rotation for sure. So I'm looking at the radar from a distance, and clear over at Sioux Falls. And this is what our storm looks like from Sioux Falls. The one at Atkinson, or is it Ainsworth? Can't remember which town it is. It's one of those. Let's go ahead and click on it and see. It is Ainsworth. That's a nice storm, but we're headed that way, so. And then we will double back on these if that proves to be the best choice. Somebody will let me know if Freddie hits 400K. On that stream. So the day that Freddie hit 100K was also the day of the Holly, Texas tornado intercept. So he really didn't get to celebrate that very much because of the rescue that he did with the family. Motley. Moderate Motley. Thank you for the raid, Moderate Motley, and welcome in, guys. Moderate Motley is a storm chaser out of Virginia, who I've recently started following. Subscribe to his channel. So I encourage you to check him out. So we're on our way to a storm. Show you what's happening. Miles we go south, so we're in South Dakota right now. Location should be on the so they just issued a severe thunderstorm watch, and I just noticed that. So they finally issued a watch here. So we're right in the middle of it. Our blue circle is our location, and that's where we're at. We're going after this storm right here at Ainsworth, Nebraska. That's where we're going. We're going to keep an eye on these blips back here for later on. We have to come back on those, but we're going to cut down here in 18 miles. We're going to cut down south and try to get down on this storm at Ainsworth. I think I got a visual maybe of the updraft over here, but I can't really. Still got a bunch of clouds in the way, but right over in there, there's something going on there. So that's our current situation. Welcome in, guys. So I believe my son is on that storm as well. Well, he's on the storm pretty much. That would be Freddie McKinney. I imagine he's on that storm over there. Now we're gonna have to cross the Missouri River. That storm is severe warned down there, and it looks like it's very much looks like it could drop a tornado. looks like on reflectivity, velocities. It's got a couplet in there. It's probably going to get a tornado warning here any second. That's how it works. That's how this works. So, if you haven't done so yet, please go ahead and like the stream, and then subscribe for future content. So I'm just run across the road. That's just a rabbit. Zigzagging our way down here in a minute. Go ahead and get the road map up. Recenter 5 miles. We're going to finally start working south. We're still in South Dakota. I think that said the home of the Yankton Sioux. So this might be the Yankton Sioux Indian Reservation. Let me see here. See if that's showing up. Yeah. We're just coming onto the Yankton Sioux Reservation right now, Indian Reservation. So we're cutting through to get down to Nebraska. vortex signature on it, looks like. But so about 2 miles, we're going to grab Highway 281 and begin going south. joined into this. Whoops. Glad you guys came in the channel here. So Freddie's got a funnel maybe. His stream here once I get on 281 here for a while.
In half a mile, turn left on US 18 West.
And
US
see
81 South.
what's going on. Okay, finally coming into 281, so let's go to the radar.
Turn left on US 18 West, US 281 South.
Let's see. Freddie is watching a funnel come down. Okay. So Freddie's watching a funnel come down, so you might want to check out Freddie McKinney's stream. I'm going to see if I can pull it up here for a second. Myself, Freddie McKinney. I'm looking at it now. They said they got the funnel on the ground. I mean, there's some ground circulation. A little bit of ground circulation there.
See you there? We're gonna stop here. Get out. Let's get out. Oh no, I gotta. Can you just run down the hill a little bit?
I got you. It's gonna hit me, but I got you.
Now it looks like they're chasing the tornado on foot.
Where'd it go? What the heck? It was there. It was on.
Brief touchdown at the moment there, so back to my radar and see. Now they have a tornado warning on the storm, just like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I might try to come back down. Oh, it's still nice.
So
Nice cold funnel there.
we're still a ways out, but
Weather
we're
service, if you're watching, we have
getting closer, making some progress. I'm getting down toward that storm.
Just on the ground a second ago, we had ground circulation right on the ground, actually. For that mile, too. We just finally got a view. We can see from the mountain. Dude, it's trying to drop down. Trying to drop down. It might condense again. It might condense again. Well, I gotta point to my cameras.
Yeah.
Go for it.
They got a funnel there, so see W Freddy. Yeah, by the way, I have some Freddy for you members. I have some Freddy emojis. Members, you have Freddy emojis in the chat, so if you want to give Freddy a W, you just pull up a Freddy emoji, and you can just, I'll demonstrate here for you. There you go. There you go. Freddy's of the park again this year. So we've got a nice storm all of a sudden here. I'm going to get you a view on that, because we might get ourselves a tornado if I'm paying attention. Let's see. We might just have ourselves something here pretty soon. So I don't know if you can. Let's see. See our storm there. Can I get it from this angle? It's at a very hard angle to get to. Let me try something here. But I've got a nice, once we break these trees, off the distance there. I don't know if you see that storm right there. It's got a like a wall cloud feature under it at the moment. So now that's cloud, but it is an inflow type feature right there. So keep an eye on that storm. In case it, so that would be west. So we got to look at. Let's get the right radar for that. Probably that's a blip over here on the South Dakota side. Let's see, do we want this road here? The map is not updating. 4 miles, okay. Miles. We're going to go down into Nebraska, so we're going to keep an eye on that storm there. Let's see. We got a new storm champion. Got a new storm champion. So Anna, Alaska. Welcome to Storm Champion. Thank you for becoming a Storm Champion, Anna. Hopefully I'm saying your name correctly. But welcome in. Big W for Anna. Over there, it's not really even anything at the moment. So, and Anna, right off the bat, has sent 5 gifted memberships, so appreciate that. Anna, welcome to Storm Champion, and thank you for gifting others into the fold. You are now safely in the fold of being a Storm Champion. So we're going to drive by that storm there. But if it gets going, then it's probably going to come down into Nebraska. So we're going to get down on the Nebraska side of things. So very shortly here, right up here, as a matter of fact, we're going to catch a ride guest again. So thank you, Anna, W. Anna, appreciate that. Welcome in. And Wendy, thank you for the super chat there. We got
In half a mile, turn
Wendy,
right on
thanks
South
John
Dakota
McKinney
46 West,
for the
297
road trips and intercepts no matter what. It's great to be here. Well, it's great to have you, Wendy. Thank you for that encouragement. Thank you very much.
Turn right onto South Dakota 46 West, 297th Street.
Let's see, we're going to have to say... So there's that storm over there. It's kind of a interesting, but it's not. It's just kind of getting going, not really even showing up on radar. So now away, but we're gonna get down there. Peter, thank you for becoming a storm champion. You demand, Peter. That's for sure. Welcome to the fam. It's got double rotation boxes on that storm over there. Okay, so we're going to come down through what to get over there? I think we're going to go through, I don't know. Things are going to get a little bit congested here traffic-wise because we're closing in on this will be kind of cool. So we're closing in on the Pickstown. Well, for one, we're coming to Pickstown. But at Pickstown, there's a really big dam on the Missouri River, the longest river in the United States of America. But there's a big dam. We're going to go over that dam. So that's going to be happening here in about less than 10 minutes. So don't go away. If you want to see, at least see the Missouri River, then lock in on that. It's the longest river in the United States. It's not the largest, but it is the longest. At least least I believe it is. That's actually, if I'm not wrong on this as well, that's one of the questions, one of the 100 questions on the citizenship test to be a U.S. citizen. It's one of the questions that you need to know, because I used to teach citizenship, and Melanie still does teach citizenship, so she can correct me if I'm wrong, because I might have forgot or messed it up. Did you learn something new, Sonia? Sonia's in here. Good to see you. So we're coming into Pickstown here, real close. You can see the valley. It's probably part of the valley. It's amazing how hilly it is here, but we drop way down. We're going to drop way down into the Missouri Valley here shortly, so hang on. Don't go away. Buckle up. It's going to be that is the Ihantawana. This is some kind of a Fort Randall casino, well, hotel. Oh, I see the, just caught a glimpse of the reservoir and lake. You'll see it as we come over the hill. Don't see it out there? That's it. We're coming in. Coming right down to it, so just dropping down this hill. I think we're about 1.3 miles. No, maybe not. Maybe a little further than that. Okay, here's Pickstown.
Continue on US 18 West for 12 miles.
Fort Randall Dam. 1 mile, and then we're 45 miles from Burke. So this is the Fort Randall Dam. It's built by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, supposedly. High wind use powerhouse road when flashing. Okay, so this is one of the places where they release the water. There it is, guys. That's where they release the water in some places. Then I think there's maybe hydroelectric down there. So you got water that probably goes through this thing. You got like an ocean of water out there. Actually a lot of water out there. And then there's the valley out there as we're driving out. Now we're climbing back. So you didn't get to see the tornado, but you got to see that on the way to trying to get to see the tornado. So that's the consolation prize. stick. Storm south of Ainsworth. Okay. So we are okay, so Freddie McKinney is about 10 subs away from 400. Okay, so let me see if I can pull him back up.
Alright, their service is a little cooked right now, but we've done it. Ladies and gentlemen, 400,000 subscribers. Appreciate all you guys. Thank you all for tuning today, and thank you for all of your support with this.
Yep, he hit 400.
It's stream season as well. It has been
He's at
quite
417
a year.
now.
As we wait for this storm to ramp back up here, let's take a look at our radar as
400
we wait and see if there
400,017.
here. This storm, if I want to try to tilt up our radar needs a little bit here, just so we can take a look at what's going on. The,
Super.
that was a little bit. Let's
Get some more Freddie emojis and W's.
Mesocyclone going to the upper
W's to you guys, because you guys are the ones who subscribe to his channel.
Take
So
their stream here to see if their service is good. 4K? No! Man, let's get shit! Chat, everybody. 4K.
Turn left on US 281 South.
Easy. A lot of people. 4K. We're tenths of the way there, guys. Tenths of the way there. We're gonna go for 1 million. Going for 1 million, guys. 1 million.
So he's gonna go for 1 million. Okay.
Turn left on US 281 South.
Glad you can come through. The stream is a different story.
Continue on US 281 South for 41 miles.
Starting to try to coil around our storm. Once again, if we step through our radar here, you can see our hook was kind of wrapped up, and now it's trying to kind of snake its way back down to the south and east here. So we'll see if the storm can recover. We'll see if it can do it. We'll also see if their service can recover. We may have to go to satellite here.
Yeah, they went to.
Signal come back. It looks like half for what that will be up to play by the stream now. Oh, we got it. We're back. Oh,
Right.
thank you for the super chat there.
All right, guys, we're gonna hit Nebraska right here.
Welcome to Storm Society there.
Right there, Nebraska.
Thank you guys for all the support. You guys are amazing.
Welcome to Nebraska.
So we made it to Nebraska.
Tanner, good to see you, brother. What up, Tanner? Nice to meet Dan. Dan Man's in the channel.
just came in with the gifted memberships.
Yeah, I had like drone goggles on or something. I'm gonna go down to this valley here so we can see me, gentlemen. Should you have me on here, me, Joe? I'm gonna go down the valley.
Oh wow, look at
Should
that.
be the view.
We got a nice updraft here.
Seems like the valley does not like our Starlink. If we go to our, I want to take you guys over to our satellite. To our satellite. And to our phone. I think they're not. Cactus with the 50 gifted memberships. Cactus. Yeah, there's another 55. That's 100 gifted memberships. My Cactus is the go. Cactus is the go. You're the man. Mad lad. We love you. Thank you, Cactus.
Got a couple storms here.
Those are not sunflowers, man.
Yeah, Cactus is a legend. He's an absolute legend.
Yeah, that's the Black Susans.
And by the way, Cactus
Black Susans.
gifted me with a very nice PayPal 2 days ago.
I thought they
So
were sunflowers. I saw that. It's Jay's Cactus with the 200 gifted memberships. Cactus. Chat, better spam those W's, man. Spam those W's in chat. Let's just FC. Gosh, Dave, 250 gifted memberships by Cactus. Everybody go crazy.
I think Cactus is gonna go for the 400 gifted. You might head over to Freddie's stream. You might get a gift membership if you make a comment in the chat. So I'm going to keep an eye on these storms that are right here as well, because one of them might take off on us. We'll see. They're kind of high based. They are high based at the moment, so. Good job. closer to this boundary down here. Travis. I see that. Thank you for the gifted membership. Welcome to Storm Champion there. Looks like Kieran got the gifted membership. Gifted memberships, they last for 1 month, I believe. Appreciate that. Welcome to Storm Champion. Thank you, Travis. Are we coming into... Is this the Niobrara River, maybe? I think we're going to cross the Niobrara River right now. So this is a very scenic river in Nebraska. This is the Niobrara River. We're coming up on the bridge. I think this is it right here. And no, this is the Ponca Creek. So we're not quite yet to the Niobrara. We will cross it maybe here real soon. That was Ponca Creek. But we're getting closer to these storms down here. So I need to decide, what am I doing here? That I need... Am I supposed to turn there? Is this Spencer? Yeah, this is Spencer. This is Spencer, Nebraska. So that means we're going to cross the Niobrara, so that must be where the Spencer Dam is, that gave way in the bomb cyclone. The dam let go, and then that added to all the water problems downstream that took out multiple bridges, and it was a major disaster in Nebraska when they had all the flooding after the bomb cyclone. So we'll go over the river and I'll show you the dam, or what's left of it after it was destroyed. Town is O'Neill. That'll kind of put us on the boundary, the same boundary that the tornado warned storm is on. So just kind of getting out here doing something, picking up some branches. Might lose some reception down in these parts. 79. So maybe this is the descent down into Niobrara. So yeah. I think this is the Niobrara River here. So this is where there was a dam and the dam broke. So I'm going to get this off so we can see it. Can't remember the year, but it was the bomb cyclone in Nebraska. And it took out this dam among many, many bridges. So there's the dam over there. It's over there. That's the dam. It's hard to see. That was the dam. Sorry, I missed it. It was on that side, but I'm sure they had to redo this bridge. But there's not a dam there anymore. The dam is gone. Maybe it wasn't the best idea. Okay, now we're closing in on make some choices here. So Atkinson. Our storm. Tornado warned storm, but we're coming into some other storms here, so let's see if I got any coffee left. Well, appreciate everybody hanging in there and riding along with me. Situation. We're coming down here alongside this it's like a new MD out for this storm, but we're off to the east, so we're coming down into this cluster. If that track is right, that storm's going to be heading toward us as we're coming down to O'Neill. So coming down to join the party here finally and see what we can make of it. I think this group of storms is going to last a while though, so it just was late getting going, and there might be some others that join together. Okay, we got Peter again. Peter, what you got going now? Get Freddie a cactus plant for the 400K. Absolutely. Yeah, that's very appropriate. That is a great idea right there. Great idea, Peter. W Peter and W Cactus and W Freddie, man. Good job, guys. W's to all you guys, all you storm champions and positive people here in the chat. You're just making this a good time. Yep, getting Freddie a cactus. Tornado warned. Starting to kind of turn a little bit and come our way, so is starting to turn a little bit over there, come our way maybe a little bit. So Karen, hey, hit that like button. We love the McKinneys. Thank you, Karen H. Bless you. That's really kind. Big thank you and W's to Karen. That great super chat and support. That storm is still tornado warned, and so here pretty soon we start figuring out our route where, because we're coming into O'Neill. It's already south of that road, so we might go down to Chambers. So if I go down to Chambers, well, O'Neill will drop south, continue dropping south. Up a little precip under this boundary. on the. Oops. We're over here, and the storm's over here. So just looking for a route. As you can see, it still has like a hook on it over here. Sorry, I'm not showing you very well, but so I'm looking at a way to kind of work my way over to it now. As we're coming into O'Neill. That's a road to Atkinson, but is that a paved road? No. South and go down through Chambers over. That's probably the best route. Yeah. It's getting dark in here, and it's dark outside, so it's getting harder to read the chat at the moment. Plus, I'm still kind of pressing to get on this storm. So I think it's going to keep going for a while. I think we're coming into O'Neill, Nebraska right now, finally. deal. Finally made it.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto West Douglas Street.
Okay, let's close that out. Exit. Shit, that's bright. All right, let's grab a station here. Temporarily. How are we doing on fuel? I think we're sort of okay. Maybe I ought to get fuel. All right, let me get some fuel here. Be right back. Okay, back. Let's see. Now I gotta figure out. Let's just go down to straight south and then over. Straight south on 281. So how do we? Let's find. No. Nope. Let's not do that. Just give me the chambers right now for now. And then let's see what's our storm doing. Coming this way. Still. It's tornado potential. So for now, give me
Head east on West Douglas Street toward North Jefferson Street.
head east.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto US 281 South, South 4th Street. Turn right onto US 281 South, South 4th Street.
Oh gosh.
Continue on US 281 South for 18 miles.
All right, here we go. Going on over there. That storm is off to our west. Let's pull up that. Let's pull up that. And I'm seeing some lightning. Okay, so it's directly off to our west right now. We're finally down in front of it. You see, it looks like it's moving east some, southeast, and we're moving south. But at Chambers, I can go west. So as it's coming this way, we're going to be going that way. So at least we're going to get on the eastern side of the storm, hopefully, here pretty soon. See a few lightning flashes over there to our west, so thing just has a ridiculous hook on it that just never ends. basically, at least initially, it's going to be somewhat of a lightning show. So let me see. I'm missing stuff here. We got Peter. Can you rescue a scarecrow one of these days? Let's rescue a scarecrow. Maybe. Thank you for that. Thank you for that super suggestion. Now this Peter guy, he's got some wit to him. He has got some wit. Yes, sirree. Okay, this is the road. I don't want this one. I want the next road. W. Peter, appreciate that very much. So we're going to turn west here. In maybe about a mile.
In half a mile, turn
Half a
right
mile.
onto 95 west.
So now I'm going to cut off the maps so that if I exit, though, it goes bright as day. Then we're going to go back to the storm. Okay, guys, so finally, let's see, we are going to have a little lightning show here, so let's try to get some of the bugs off. So we're going to be coming into Chambers. I have a cousin that lives in there. You go, you got a lightning strike right off the bat. So let's just enjoy a little bit of the electrical storm, at least, as we move up on this storm that's dropped several tornadoes and still has a hook on it on the far side, but just wish I could get more bugs off, but they keep coming. Watch out for deer all the time. gets it going. 76 here. Degrees. 76 degrees. Storm in front of us, though, has pockets of rotation. How far will this go before it cuts off? For this part of Nebraska. Guys are hanging in there, and whatever top fan is, it looks like Peter's number 1 and Lisa's number 2. I don't even know what that means, but congratulations for being on the podium. Get out of these trees, we'll see this lightning a little bit getting better. We're starting to break out of some trees now, looks like, so. We're inching closer. Finally getting on a storm tonight. We'll call this the 400K storm. intersection here real soon. I think I'll stop and clean off the windshield at that point. A lot of bugs on the windshield. Just can't. The wiper fluid can't keep up with it, so I'll get some heavier duty stuff, clean them off. off these bugs. See if that's better. Okay. Okay, so Gracie's checking out. Finally, I'll be able to read the chat a little bit. Mary says real lightning. It's so cool. Just not for bugs. Yeah, I use Rain-X. That what I was using there was Rain-X cleaner and Rain-X, but and then often I do put Rain-X on for certain storm chases, but you have to really work it in hard, otherwise it's pretty smeary. Crickets, yeah. Did you hear the crickets? Let's roll the windows down. Matter of fact, we haven't let you poor people out of the cart yet. I can see some structure of the inflow into the storm. Some of that might be frogs, actually. I'm gonna say that's the frogs. You guys seeing any of the lightning? So I'm gonna look at the radar and kind of get an idea of where, if there's some other place we need to be, like underneath this thing, or so let's. You don't like June bugs? My aunt used to call my sister Julie, Julie bug. Oh, we got a special weather statement on our storm. How about that? So if we went down to Burwell, I think I'm going to stay here and just walk this thing back to there we go, get that thing out of there. So we got some great moderators in here right now with Skystar and Sonia. And Diane, if she's in here. I'll try to dim that down so it doesn't. So this storm is picking up. Now it's starting to move a little quicker and it's starting to come this way, so yeah, this will take us right down to St. Paul. Perfect. So I think we're good right here for now. Starting to get some rain here, though. Means we're under the anvil. So we're out here a little close. Might back out a little bit just away from these street lights. Street lights give a little bit of perspective, but they're also kind of annoying. Starting to rain here, so I'm just going to back out a little bit. See if I can get off the shoulder here. Yeah, we're still good here. Special weather statement, but if it continues moving into this environment, it's pushing some outflow, but it might curl back in. Let's see. So here's what the storm looks like, and here's our location right there, that blue dot, and here's the velocities, and you can see there's some rotation now on this cell, and the rotation is directly in front of us, directly west, back in this storm right in front of us right here. This behind here. I just want to say I really think you guys are great, and I'm really glad you're a part of this channel. There's a shelf, if you see it, there's some kind of a shelf in there. That white line in the flashes. So the shelf cloud, there's a shelf cloud that's advancing toward us. Let's see, velocities. There's about 1.14 on 30s, some gate-to-gate shear in here on this storm. So if you look, there's some rotation. Right here we got, this is my inspector tool, and got 20 mile an hour there, and you got 21 mile an hour on the reds, and up to 30, 40. So it's a little bit of, there's some rotation on the storm. Let's see, what else? What other radars do we have? That's the closest one. What does it look like from Hastings, just to get an idea what this looks like from a long ways off? Can't really tell from that. Omaha's glitched. I just have to go with this, but definitely got a little rotation back in there. Splitting off, seems like, from this one. This one's got the outflow. This one's got outflow on it right now, coming down out of there. That's what it looks like that. So you can see somewhat of a base under there. Yeah, look at the structure. You look at the structure up in here. See that? See the structure on it up there? Big meso. I'm zoomed in on it right now. Yeah. Starting to look like a mothership in there. Could see it back in there. What happens if I roll this window down? Oh my lands, there's a beautiful shelf cloud. Let's pull up a little bit. You see that shelf? Shelf cloud in there. What do you use? See if I can use the Black Magic camera here and storm got a little mean. Kind of phased out on the video there, but yeah, get moving here. Thing was coming in on me. Actually gonna have to get moving because it's moving now pretty fast. Rotating back on the other side again, get some inflow, curl. Here's what it looks like on the back side there with the curling in, and then the side that's over here that's chasing us. What it looks like. It's got some rotation back in our storm too. Okay, I got wow, I mean that storm was just get out here a little ways and see if we can get a look at it again. But it's moving fast. I'm gonna get back to this Highway 281. See if I can cut down in front of it. See how fast the cell's moving. About 22 miles an hour, so let's see where we at. We're out in front of it. Not a long ways out in front of it, but we have a road that kind of diagonals down and away. So let's see, that would have been a good place to turn around. Might have a place here I can just, no, that's just a highway marker. What I'll do is I'll just flip around on the highway here. Oh my lands, it is, it's an insane looking shelf cloud there, guys. Oh no, man. See that? Crazy looking storm coming in. It's a big one. get over on that road to get out a little bit more. Maybe get out of this rain. We could see it a little more clearly. Right now we got some light rain that's obscuring our look. Yeah, this storm has a really nice shelf on it. It's actually got some rotation in there, so it's quite a bit south, so we need to giddy up back to the back to 281 and start heading south and get down south of it and get a better view of it outside of the anvil rain and so forth. chambers. So we have a really good road that's going to take us straight south for a while, and then diagonal us a little bit away from the storm, but we'll be able to play a little closer to it and get a little bit more out in front of it, away from the rain, kind of directly in front of the way it's tracking. And that should hopefully find a couple good spots to really view it. That should be pretty cool. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Rachel. What kind of coffee was that anyway? Actually, Freddie's got some coffee that people sent him. They sent him some Hawaiian coffee. So we're getting close to our road. How close are we? How close are we? A couple miles. Then I'll put you guys on the side window where you can really get a view of it. So I better find my, got a mount right here. Should work. Deer, but he was going away. He was on the right side. That'll end your chase real quick. It'll end the deer too. It's not good. I don't want to kill any deer. So here's our south road, but we're already in the rain, so that's kind of a bad omen. So we're gonna have to really hammer it. Let's see, let's get this thing set up so I don't have to fool with it. Get that set up. Get you guys over here on this side. Hope this. Is he turning? Is he doing? All right, let's go, guys. Going to have a view of this thing coming in. We're going to keep going. We're going to beat it. front of the storm. As it's dropping south and moving toward us. Day, Peter. Yeah, you might have to check out at some time. Where can I stop? I wish it wouldn't be in this ample rain. I could stop and get out video, but find a spot. sort of a drop off. Too much of a drop off. That's not good. Oh, there's no good place to pull off and just... It doesn't look that crazy moment. It's also a little ways off, though. Back in over here somewhere. Might be able to flip around. Point the other direction. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. Let's sort this out for a second. Just want to check out, let's see how the video turned out real quick. It's coming in, so yeah, I'll just keep moving down towards. Upside down. this storm. Might have some trees here. see anything. Trees. Okay. Thank you, Peter. To get Rachel a toffee hammer for trolls. Yes. All right. Where can I order one? Oh, just gotta get out of here. Boy, this is the first road. It's not even that great of a road, but this is the first road I've been able to stop at. See if I can get a mount out here for something. So I don't have to hold it. awakening. Still got a lot of lightning, but yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit of flow from it here, so I'm getting a little close. Gusts here now, so let's just get on down the road. Guys, I don't know. I think we're Chaser here, probably. It is, but can't believe some of you guys are still in here. I think we lost the bugs. Now they're still out here. Grifter. See Grifter. So we still got Rachel Grifter, Skystar, Chris's Weather's in here. Let me see how. I think I'll check on. The storm got a little stronger there. Right as it's punching out this way. going to call it quits here and then do a raid on Storm Centric. Mike Delane. Great guy. I see he's live, so
Yeah, the stream's holding up pretty good. Those of you hanging out with me, thank you so much. Just can't thank you enough. It's so cool. Like Friday night or Saturday morning or depending where you might live this course.
or I can just keep her going if you guys are happy.
Thanks so much for taking the time. If we do this right, we're gonna do this like fake little. This would be, you know, this is not a hook slice. This was like rolling in this on the bottom of the pencil. But I'm just saying, if we do this right, we can probably decide to see, maybe do it.
Let's see. Yeah, I just don't want you guys to be don't want you guys to be overly bored, so gotcha. Thanks, Lisa. I'm actually heading the direction of home, but let me see where the storm is. Probably at this point I just need to focus on it's still storm's still strong. It's not severe warning, but it does have kind of a hail core now. No, I'm completely out of coffee a while ago. So the whole storm is coming together and kind of coming this way? I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty far out in front of it right now. Is this a road? Is a road. Good. Is it a road that you can see anything? trees. You can kind of see. Okay, let's see. Let's watch. Look at the storm. So he's in Burwell. Let's put this on. That's that. Let's see if anybody else is. I wonder if Freddie. Yeah, I bet Freddie might have raided Mike. Checking some things out here, guys. Just hold on here. $8.28. Let's see. Looks good. Freddie's going north. Is that because he's chasing tomorrow? Yeah. Wow. I think, let's see. I'll just keep it going for a little bit because and we'll talk to Mike. Let's see if we can call him. Oh man. pretty good view right there. Looks like it's that close. You can see underneath it. What I'm gonna do, it's still too bright. Let's get out here. Is there a road across the street? No. It's so hard to find anywhere to park without literally being right on the highway, which is not safe. Look how close we are though to this thing. Just point it in there. Look at that. I don't know if you're seeing it, but turn around here. It's Highway 281, but there's nobody hardly on it at the moment, but we'll just get going here. Set this camera. Oh, I see. It's like too zoomed. Let's try that. South Dakota. Something. Lightning is just not very good on this side of the storm, so I'm going to go ahead go ahead and sign off up here somewhere. So Parker said, Melanie said, Parker said, Team McKinney is the best. Okay. Mike is still out, but Mike is in Burwell, so he's kind of, he might even be in the storm, and I'm way out in front. Good night, Chris. Good night. Here's a road where I can pull off, sort of, and say good night. So I'm going to stop here. Is that the shelf? Yeah, it's the shelf, but it's well, strange looking. And I'm going to try to send you over to Mike. So it's been kind of a crazy one, but appreciate it. At least we got on some lightning at the end. Super thank you to all of the mods that helped out tonight. Appreciate that very much. Thank you everyone for those kind gifts and super chats. Great comments. Freddie's in here finally, so we'll say goodnight, but I'm gonna send you all over to Mike. By the way, Freddie, Peter sent some money for you to buy a cactus, so anyway, that was pretty crazy. So let me, wow, the winds are coming in, this cloud's coming overhead, so very strange, just this shelf cloud coming over. But anyway, I'm gonna, seems to be way out in front of the actual storm, but you guys have a great night, and we'll catch you again. Here come the winds, so let's get this done. Let's go ahead and find. All right, say hi to Mike, everyone, and thank you very much.